Puts to order. We are back on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Khalif Adams et al. In 22 SC 183572. All right, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Botts, and Mr. Sharp. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, and Ms. Renard. Good morning. All right, Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Weinstein. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Mr. Hugh and Mr. Matthews Jr. Good morning, sir. And Mr. Nichols and Mr. Harvey and Ms. Westmoreland, good morning. Mr. Ryan and Misty Williams, good morning. All right. Mr. Brown, Mr. Smith, Mr. Helsky, Mr. Atkins, and ladies, Ms. Love and Ms. Hilton, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Sergeant Ingram, all our jurors present?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay, before I summon our jurors, Mr. Steele, I did in fact get your email correspondence from yesterday. I did take a look at Teague versus the state of 252 Georgia, 354, and Sullivan versus the state of 311 Georgia, 835. I'm of the opinion after reading those two cases, inconsistent with what this court would probably authorize, is you are correct that you cannot ask a witness like a detective. Hey, Detective Smith, what did Detective Green tell you? What did you learn from him? That would fall within that. However, if our witness here says, did you talk to Green? Without telling us what you talked to Green, what did you do as a result of that? That would be proper, and I would allow that. But I'm going to, it doesn't really to explain conduct. The two cases that you mentioned, while another officer can't give testimony about what he got from another officer, to explain conduct, and in fact, in these two cases, Sullivan and Teague, Sullivan in particular, the issue was that the investigation was attacked, so the court authorized it, said it was harmless. So I'm not going to let the state do that, and you can certainly object.
No, and I thank you for making that clear. It was just yesterday, and it was right when we broke, but there was a question, maybe two, whatever the record shows, that the prosecutor was announcing, well, this explains the law enforcement officer's conduct, and that, as you know.
Well, as long as he doesn't conduct, he can, as long as he just doesn't state what somebody else told him to relate to what he did, but he can certainly say, as a result of his interactions with other law enforcement officers or witnesses or the like, what he followed up on. That would not be improper.
So, and I thank you. I'm just reading out of T in Division 1, third paragraph up from the end of it, and it says, it will be seen that only in rare circumstances will the conduct of the investigating officer need to be explained.
But you're cutting it off, Mr. Steele. You're not looking at an overall context, okay? That was one officer who got information from another. He testified to what somebody else told him. Yes, and the reason that was the court said it was rare because it's what he said to that particular detective that the court clarified, and that was told to the jury. So this is a little different. If he says, for example, His investigation was predicated on X, Y, and Z. As long as he doesn't state what that was from another detective, I think that would not violate that or not be hearsay.
I agree with what you're saying about hearsay. This is what I'm taking, and then obviously we'll go with what this Honorable Court says over objection if needed. But just to continue reading what I said, if I may, it will be seen that only in rare instances will the conduct of an investigating officer need to be explained, as in practically every case, the motive, intent, or state of mind of such an officer will not be matters concerning which the truth must be found. At the heart, a criminal prosecution is designed to find the truth of what a defendant did, and on occasion of why he did it. It is most unusual that a prosecution will properly concern itself with why an investigating officer did something. That's what I'm asking the court to consider as we go along. I do hear you. I'm not challenging you. I do agree, obviously, not hearsay should never come in. I agree with that, or confrontation clause, depending upon the statement. But I'm going a little further, I think, than what you're saying, and I heard you say just make the objection as we go. But the fact that, I'm just using his name, a former detective, or excuse me, retired detective Dennis, he says, well, and the state was getting into this, I believe, maybe I'm wrong. Well, I knew that there was a beef between Lil Wayne and Jeffrey Williams. Whether it's true or not, I don't know, but I believe that was important. So I wanted to watch people from YSL, and these are the people from YSL. And what I'm saying is, his belief doesn't matter. The fact that maybe he watched closely and saw Jimmy Winfrey, almost, God forbid, strike him with a car, that's an observance. That was my position. And that's why I sent you the cases. And I appreciate the court, as always, taking time to, discuss same with us. And
Okay.
Your insight, your position. Thank you.
All right, sir. Anything, madam?
Your Honor, just briefly, which was that when an instruction is given and the officer follows an instruction, we're not offering the instruction to explain the officer's conduct as much as for its effect on the listener as a result of the instruction. And I believe that that's the way that we've been doing that. What I heard just now was not a sequential set of events that occurred. We did not, investigators didn't testify that there was a beef between YSL and Young Thug. He testified that they were given instructions not to let some people in the club.
I understand. Okay. All right. Anybody else? All right. Sergeant Ingram, summon our jurors for us, please. Can we get Detective Dennis to come and rejoin us, please? Can't video him. Okay. All right. If you want to video me, that's fine. I don't care. Or Christina.
Good morning. Come on, Sam. Morning to the back. Jack.
Yeah.
Thank you. You should. Want some more?
This is later at night.
Off. You school.
Maybe I get.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, we're going to continue with the presentation of the state's witness. Retired Detective Dennis, good morning, sir. You're still under oath.
Good morning. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I don't have a green light over here. I'm going to utilize the one at the table until we get some batteries in this light.
Okay, all right.
All right. Detective Dennis, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. When we left off yesterday, you were talking about, because of your knowledge of certain events that had occurred prior to the night of April 25th into the morning of April 26, 2015. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And the last question I believe that I asked you was, what events were you investigating in order of the date of occurrence
You want me to start?
that gave you knowledge about, that you shared with Detective Racy during his Cobb County investigation, starting January 2015,
So on January 10th, we
in order that the events occurred?
starting January 5th, there was an incident at Club Crucial, which turned into January 6th.
What events took place on January the 6th that you investigated?
Object, and then call for hearsay.
I'm going to overrule the objection, not question. Mr. Adams.
And thank you, Judge. To be clear, Detective Dennis, do not tell anyone what anyone said specifically. Just tell the jury what events you were investigating that occurred January the 6th.
We investigated the shooting. It started with a fight, which led to a shots fired call that we began to investigate.
Where was the location of the shots fired call?
Club Crucial,
And where is Club Crucial, please? Tell me.
Zone 1, west side of the city.
Is it near 285 and what used to be back
Objection
there?
deleted.
I stand your objection.
Could you be more specific?
It's on, I think Donnelly or something. Donnelly Hollowell and 285, I believe.
Okay. And is that at 2517 John Lee Hollowell?
Yes.
All right. So, continue with the events that you were investigating that stemmed from that day.
I believe January 8th, we had a shooting incident at 988 Confederate.
Can we back up a little bit? You were talking about what you were investigating on January the 6th. Would you tell the jury what you did to investigate events of January the 6th after there was a shooting?
Anytime there's a shooting or anything in the city, our supervisor will either, we get a daily report of incidents that happen in the city. The supervisor might say, hey, we had this or we had that. At Club Crucial, we often had incidents Tuesday morning from overnight. And so from our unit, we would start looking into it or looking to see if it's related to anything else that we got going on. And so it was no different with that.
So using the board behind you as a timeline, would you please use this black marker? And if the first 30 ticks are the first 30 days of January and so forth, use that black marker and draw a line up and write the words January 6th on the 6th tick of January. If you could do that with your back, not to the jury, that would be great. All right? I need you to draw it up and long so I can see from back here. Would you-
January 6th?
Yes.
That big enough? You know, big.
All right? You can take your seat. Thank you. Where were the shots fired, did you say? The reports of the shots fired?
Parking lot of Club Crucial, in and around Club Crucial.
Crucial?
A nightclub in the city.
Do you know, are you familiar with Club Crucial? Were you familiar with Club Crucial prior to January 6, 2015?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury, when you say a nightclub, what days that you were familiar with the club being in operation?
Club Crucial is basically an inner city hood nightclub that guys go to Monday nights. We were familiar with Club Crucial because they have Queen of the Ring Monday nights.
All right.
And
I need you to slow down just a little bit. When you say we, who are you talking about?
myself and my partner, my unit, Atlanta Police Department.
And when you say Monday nights, what was it that you talked about with Monday nights?
It's called Queen of the Ring.
What is Queen of the Ring?
Queen of the Ring is based.
Your Honor, I didn't.
Mr. Adams, I'll overrule the objection.
What is Queen of the Ring?
Queen of the Ring is lady boxers. The girls basically put on gloves and box, and usually the guys watch or bet on it or enjoy the festivities, I guess.
Was Antrevia Smith one of the fighters in Queen of the Ring?
Objection to leading.
I'll sustain the objection to form and praise.
Are you familiar with Antrevia Smith?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Antrevia Smith as a result of this investigation that you're talking to the jury about?
Yes.
Did Antrevia Smith ever participate in Queen of the Ring?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Overrule, sir.
Lack of personal knowledge.
Overrule, sir.
What role did Club Crucial play in the investigations that you're describing to the jury?
A lot of our incidents began at Club Crucial. A lot of fights, a lot of shootings began at Club Crucial.
Were you investigating in your capacity as a detective with the gang unit any gangs that you felt were affiliated or congregated at Club Crucial?
Yes, the thing about Club Crucial.
But before you go into that, so you said yes.
Yes.
Which ones?
Pretty much every gang in the city. YSL, If Gang, Rolling 60s, Gangster Disciples, Goodfellas.
Now, if you will explain, you said the thing about Club Crucial.
Club Crucial, just to bring it into perspective, is one of those places where you would think that if we had a problem, we would avoid each other. That Club Crucial is the total opposite. Everybody, it's almost like if you're not there, you're nobody in the city. And so on Monday nights, pretty much most gang members that we had dealings with would go to Club Crucial. Some nights it would be peaceful, some nights it would not. Sometimes it would spill over.
When you talk about some nights it would spill over, what do you mean?
We often had incidents at Club Crucial. Tuesday mornings when we would come to work, we would have shootings at Club Crucial, or fights or incident reports from Club Crucial.
When you mentioned YSL and If Gang, were you investigating those at different times or at the same time?
At January 6th, we weren't investigating any of them. We just had an incident.
As a result of further investigations later in 2015,
As we investigated after the January 10th, which was the murder of Donovan Thomas, it led to us to backtrack and look at what led up to and what was coming afterwards.
okay. And so as you look at the days before January the 10th, did you look at January 6th or investigate January 6th with relation to any two particular groups?
Yeah.
Hold on. That was Mr. Sharp and Mr. Adams. I'm both leading. I sustain Mr. Form.
Did you investigate any of the groups that you named a second ago for anything related to January the 6th?
Yes.
What groups?
Inglewood Family Bloods, If Gang, and YSL.
Are Inglewood family and If gang the same thing?
Both of them are blood gangs. At one point, they were all friends.
Without,
I'm going to object. This is
Basis.
outside the canon of late testimony,
yeah,
which is what is brought before so far.
Your Honor.
Fact witness.
Your Honor, what I'm doing is talking about specifically matters he investigated.
Oral, sir.
Now, when you investigated January,
Excuse me a second. Counsel, I can hear you talking back there, so please don't do that. All right, go ahead.
thank you. When you investigated the groups that you just named for matters that occurred on January the 6th, did you investigate them acting together?
I'm going to object. Basis. Number one, outside the canon of late testimony, he's not been offered as an expert. Number two, the investigation is irrelevant under T.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
wait.
Your Honor, as to the
I'm gonna
first,
sustain one objection. That's you need to lay a little more foundation.
Okay.
It's basis.
Okay.
But I'm gonna overrule the other objection as to beyond his testimony as expert.
okay. All right. Before we get deeper into the 6th, what other dates were you, or events were you investigating that you spoke of earlier yesterday, prior to talking with Detective Racy of DeKalb County?
Cobb County.
Cobb County. I'm sorry.
January 8th, we had a shooting at 988 Confederate involving an If gang member that was, his vehicle was shot up.
988 Confederate. Would you draw a longer line to distinguish it? And draw a long line up, longer, January 8th on the timeline. And would you stand right there with that same marker? You said you were investigating something. What's the address that you spoke of?
988 Confederate.
Would you write that under January the 8th? And you may take your seat. Thank you. Is 988 Confederate a business or something different?
Apartments, I believe.
Do you know the names of those apartments?
I think that is Thomasville.
Are you, through your investigations into these acts that you're describing, did you ever have occasion to investigate anything at Trestle Tree Apartments?
We had another incident there in October of 2015.
Now, the January the 8th incident, would you tell the jury the victim you were investigating?
The victim was Darren Mills.
All right. And was Darren Mills, as a result of the investigations that you conducted personally, prior to speaking with Detective Racy, was Darren Mills involved with either of the groups that you mentioned?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again as to a form for hearsay. It's not the witness who testified to it. And any information that he testified to is would be hearsay and inadmissible. If it comes from someone else, also based on confrontation clause violation, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection as to form. You can rephrase it. Mr. Sharp, did you have an objection?
I agree with these facts.
Okay.
Would Your Honor allow me one moment?
Sure.
Did you ever talk to Darren Mills during this investigation?
Yes.
And do you know in what way he was a victim on January the 8th? How did you investigate him as a victim?
Objection, Your Honor, call for hearsay.
Your Honor, I would.
Overrule, sir.
Confrontation clause.
Overrule, sir.
You may answer the question. In what way were you investigating Darren Mills as a victim? Not what happened, just was he shot, killed?
No.
What happened? How was he investigating?
He was in the area and someone shot up his vehicle. Go ahead.
Your Honor,
Overrule, sir.
on January the 8th, that someone shot up Darren Mills' vehicle.
Correct.
Would you write underneath 988 Confederate Darren Mills or DM dash V as in, what's the V? As in Victor? On January the 8th, did anything happen at Club Crucial before or after that shooting that you investigated?
On January 8th? On January 5th and the 6th was Club Crucial. January 8th was 988 Confederate. And then we also had another incident.
Objection to non-responsive.
Sustained objection.
All right, let me back up. Are you familiar with, as a result of your personal investigations with the gang unit, 675 Metropolitan Parkway?
Yes.
All right. What is 675 Metropolitan Parkway during 2015, January 2015, when you were investigating?
At the time, 675 Metropolitan is a loft space with a bunch of lofts. On one side of the building, you had the Vaults recording studio. On the other side, you had the TIG recording studio. We investigated a shooting at the TIG studio on January 8th.
And would you tell the jury what TIG studio is based on your investigation?
TIG Studios is Think It's a Game studio, and basically it's where Donovan Thomas, Rich Homie Quan, YFN, or Rayshawn Bennett, YFN Lucci recorded.
All right. Would you write just up under DM-V TIG? In relation to that, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 21. Indigo.
Upright.
India. Yes. 21, India. We're sharing the screen with course information.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize the area depicted in 21, India?
Yes.
What is that?
675 Metropolitan, that's the front of it.
Okay. Let's go to 20, India. Is 20, India the address of 21, India?
Yes.
All right. Let's go to 19, India. Is that also the same studio?
Yes.
Go backwards. 18, India. Is that also the same studio?
Yes.
Are you able to indicate based on 18, India, the size that you were just describing, or is it not shown in this photograph?
It's not showing. This is the front. If you come into the structure, you basically got to go up a hill, make a turn, and then that's the front. That's where the manager's office is or something. The actual studios go all the way back. And so it could be 25 to 50, I don't know, on each side. And each people have different loft spaces.
And as you're doing things with your hands that the record can't reflect, what is it that you're doing with your hands?
Spaces, office. Can I use that? I don't want to miss it.
You can flip over to another page and diagram for the jury as long as you initial it at the bottom. what you're describing as it relates to 675 Metropolitan Parkway.
You gotta let me out, huh?
I got you.
While that's being, I know we're short for
Yes.
Man.
Detective Dennis, would you please take your place in front of the diagram 675 Metropolitan Studio in the best clear handwriting pen that you can write.
So this is the front. These are the lofts. And they go all the way back on both sides.
And when you have on the diagram 675, what is that meant to denote?
That's the front. That's the picture you just showed. That's the front of it. The red brick where the manager's office, that's the front of it. As you drive back, these are the loft spaces that make up both sides of the structure.
And where is Metropolitan Parkway in relation to the front of the building, if you recall?
This is the street.
Just draw two lines.
Huh?
Yeah.
And it basically sits right across the street from the Atlanta City Credit Union, which is here.
And so that I remember later, would you please write it as Metropolitan Parkway?
I'll put Metro. You want me to spell it out?
Yes. And because some of us are a little sight challenged in the back, could you use this larger marker to draw instead of the one you're using now? Which side was Tickets and Game Studios on?
Not to be exact, but it was something like here.
And what was on the other side?
Not to be exact, the vault. So it was here.
What is the vault?
A recording studio.
And based on the investigations you conducted, did anyone involved in the cases you described, you all investigated prior, you're talking to Detective Racing, record at the vault?
Yes.
Who?
Young Thug, the YSL guys hung out at the vault. If gangs hung out at TIG.
Okay. On January the 8th, did any of your investigations include property belonging to DeQuantes Lamar or Rich Homie Quan?
Yes.
And what property of Rich Homie Quan or DeQuantes Lamar?
His vehicle got
I'm
shot.
going to object in so much as it calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, under Hassan, Lexus 2024 Georgia.
Y'all come on. I will rule the objection. You may continue, madam.
And, Your Honor, may I have court reporter read back the very last question that I was asking Detective Dennis, please?
You may.
Thank you.
Ms. Weaver?
On January 8th, did any of your investigations include property belonging to the Quantas, Lamar, or Rich Homey Farm? Your answer is yes. Question, did what property of Rich Homey Farm or the Quantas, Lamar? And you said his vehicle got shot.
I'm going to show you what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 22 India through 33 India. And ask you, was the vehicle depicted in that set of photographs a part of your investigation?
I personally have never seen these photos.
Okay. What property of, let me take that back. What property of DeQuantes Lamar did you investigate getting shot?
We found the calls for service in reference to the incident. And at the time that we found it, we basically were able to establish that the incident happened. We didn't necessarily, the actual incident came in as damage to property.
And
Yeah.
Based on that answer, by investigator Dennis, I believe that it changes the foundation of ruling in its hearsay. He's not the investigator who investigated this case. It is not fall under the quick.
yeah, Your Honor, I disagree.
I'm over the objection, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. So the vehicle that you investigated on January 8th, that shooting of Mr. Lamar's vehicle, where did that occur?
Your Honor, this statement of the testimony, you said you did not investigate. The state just said that you investigated.
Your Honor, two things. I asked him what vehicle and what property was a part of his investigation. The objection that it misstates.
Overruled, sir.
Would you please tell the jury what location it was that you learned or investigated as being the location where Mr. Lamar's vehicle was shot?
675 Metropolitan.
And through your investigation that you conducted prior to talking to Detective Racy, did you establish any relationship between Mr. Lamar and either Think It's a Game or any other studio at 675 Metropolitan Parkway?
Yes.
Go ahead.
That's the recording studio that he recorded at.
Which,
To our now, TIG Studios.
through your investigation, did you learn who the owner of TIG Studios was?
Yes.
Who?
Gervin Fly is his nickname. I don't know his exact name.
Was it Gervin Fly Henry?
Objection to the leading.
That's staying the question.
I withdraw. Would you please just state for the record again who it is that you said?
We knew him as Fly.
And the first name, is it Girbin?
Yes.
Okay. Through your investigation, did you learn of any other persons who recorded at Think It's a Game Studios?
Yes.
Would you give the jury the names of the other people through your investigation you determined recorded at Think It's a Game Studios?
Rayshawn Bennett, or AKA YFN Lucci, also recorded at the studio as well.
And do you know of any other persons besides Young Thug who recorded at the vault?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury the names of those people through your investigation, you determined recorded at the vault?
I'm going to object again as a call for hearsay.
I sustain the question. You can rephrase, panel.
Yes, Your Honor. How many people, other than Young Thug, did you learn through your investigation recorded at the vault?
Your Honor, same objection.
Overrule, sir.
Ask for a continuing objection, please.
It's noted, sir.
From our investigation, it was a functioning studio, so several artists recorded at the studio.
Through your investigation, did you ever determine whether anyone affiliated with YSL recorded at 675 at TIG or Think It's a Game?
No.
On the 8th, did you investigate any other acts besides the two that you described, the shooting involving Darren Mills and the shooting involving DeQuantes Lamar or Rich Homie Quan?
No.
Chronologically, what was the next incident that you investigated that you had knowledge of prior to talking to Detective Racy?
January 10th, the murder of Donovan Thomas, aka Peanut.
Prior to January the 10th, did you investigate or look into anything that occurred at Spring Street and Ivan Allen Boulevard?
Yes.
What did you investigate that occurred at that location?
We had found a flyer in reference to an incident of a female that was associated with Mr. Williams. We believed it was his girlfriend at the time. It came up as a shots fired call. We tried to investigate to find out, but we had no reporting victims or anything of that sort.
And was this call one of what you would call a property call or just
Damage to property. So it didn't have any damage or anything. It just came up as a shots fired. So it was just listed at.
Object to hearsay if he's referring to a 911 call or a cab or anything that is not his or his investigation will be hearsay and he would object.
you're under Hassan and Quick, Your Honor, you're simply talking about?
Overrule your objection, sir.
Go ahead.
We basically located the shots fired call. We looked into it like we looked in every call that we received,
Did you
and
ever find a victim?
we did not.
Did you ever find a projectile?
We did not.
And did you ever locate the person who made the call?
We did not.
Did you endeavor to do either of those things?
We did all of that.
Okay. And
I object to the relevance and that to be stricken based on all of the responses.
Overrule, sir.
after the January the 9th incident, what was the next incident that you all investigated that you had knowledge of before talking to Detective Race?
The murder of Donovan Thomas.
And where, based on your investigation, did that murder take place?
330 McDaniel Street, McDaniel and Northside Drive.
Is that in Fulton County?
Yes.
Now, would you on that map draw a line up on a timeline? Draw a line up from January 9th? And would you write just something like Spring and Ivan Allen? Shops. And what was the flyer that you said that you located?
It was for an event that was at the location. It's a hotel right there at the location.
Do you remember what kind of event?
I don't.
Okay. Now, would you draw a line up from the 10th? and write the words Donovan Thomas or D.T. murder. I'm gonna give you a chance to take a seat for a little bit. Chronologically, what was the next event that you investigated as part of the gang unit you were aware of prior to talking to Detective Grace?
The night of the 10th rolling into the 11th.
What was the location of the incidents that you investigated the night of the 10th rolling into the 11th?
I believe it was 88 Van Ira and Hendricks, 193 or 198 Hendricks.
And what type of incident took place at those locations?
Buildings, houses shot up.
And who in your investigation was connected with those locations?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, under Quick and Hassan, this is
Overrule the objection.
who in your investigation was connected to these locations, if anyone?
These were family members of Kenneth Copeland.
Would you write on the map, like draw a line down from January the 11th, and write shots, 88 Van Ira, 193 Hendricks, and KC? You may have a seat. Were these locations of KC's family or people?
Yes.
Okay. And were these locations the targets of the shots that were fired?
To our knowledge, yes.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Hold on. That was Mr. Adams and Mr. Sharp.
I'll rephrase.
I sustain the objection.
Did the reports that you investigated originate from the occupants of 88 Van Ira and 193 Hendricks? In other words, you understand that question?
Yes.
Overrule, sir.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Chronologically, what was the next event that you investigated?
I believe it was Ruby Harper, 34 or something, Ruby Harper.
Did you investigate an event at 349 Cleveland Avenue on January the 12th, 2015?
I
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Was that one of the events involved in your investigation that you conducted prior to talking to Detective Ray?
yes.
Who was affiliated or connected with 349 Cleveland Avenue?
That's basically in a YSL territory area.
Okay. And is that something that through your investigations you determined as a detective?
I sustain the objection.
How were you able to determine that or make that statement to the jury?
Based on being a detective and a gang detective.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
You've offering expert testimony.
Please.
Overrule,
You
sir.
just said based on being.
Overrule, sir. Thank you.
What was the incident that you investigated that occurred on January 12th at 349 Cleveland Avenue?
Shots fired.
And who did you investigate as the perpetrator?
I don't recall.
Do you recall who the victims?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. would you draw a line up from January the 12th? And right, 349 Cleveland, shots fired.
Okay.
Now we're showing you a summary of those events that you investigated prior to talking with Detective Racy. Refresh your memory as to who you investigated as the victim and who you investigated as the assailant in that case?
Yes.
Objective witness is not indicating he needs to correct recollection. Correct.
He said he doesn't recall.
I'll rule the objection. You may refresh his memory.
Thank you. Your Honor, we're going to label this. $114 Echo sub R will request. And showing to defense what has been labeled as 114 ER previously provided in this article. We're showing you a copy of that refresher recollection.
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness with what we have labeled as State's Exhibit 114 Echo sub R,
Romeo.
and not for admission, just for the record.
I understand.
Take a look at 114 Echo R on the page that I've turned to without reading out loud. And if you would look at number where my finger is pointing. Read it. When you finish reading it, look up and tell me if your memory is refreshed as to who you were investigating as a victim.
Yes.
And does it refresh your memory as to who you were investigating as an assailant?
Yes.
All right. First, tell the jury who, without reading, who it was you were investigating as the victim in this particular case.
The victim was Summer Good,
And who did you investigate as the assailant?
Kelvin Watts.
And through your investigation, did you determine any connection between Summer Good and anyone that you saw at the compound the night of April 25th, 2015?
Summer, yes.
And who was the person you determined had a connection with Summer Good that you saw at the compound that night?
Quindarius Zachary.
Did you investigate any other? What was the next event that you investigated chronologically that you were aware of prior to talking to Detective Grayson about the shooting from April 26, 2015?
Yes, sir. I tell you what, I do want. I understand on good authority that we need to take a comfort break. So why don't we go ahead and do that? Let's take 15 minutes, okay? Sir, Detective Dents will go ahead and let you take 15 minutes as well, okay? All right. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, Mr. Sharp, what do you wish to tell the court?
Your Honor, I don't know where this is going, but I think that this is definitely something before the state goes down this road that they should have litigated before attempting to.
They should what? I'm sorry, sir.
Litigated outside the presence of the jury before attempting to do this. I am saying right now, I don't know where the state's going with this, but if I hear my client's name, Shannon Stillwell, or any of people that are associated with my client's name being listed as someone that was being investigated or suspected of a crime, I am moving for an immediate mistrial because that would be highly improper. Who's suspected of crimes that are not charged, not convicted, being listed through an investigator is complete violation of 404B, 404A, and is prejudicial and completely improper. We're trying this case through hearsay right now. I'm surprised the state didn't ask Investigator Dennis, well, what happened in the Donovan Thomas case? Just tell us all about what you learned through hearsay, because that's where we're headed. And to just say, who's the victim, who's the suspect, and who's the perpetrator? Yeah, who's the perpetrator? That's highly improper. And right now, the only perpetrator that's been listed is Kelvin Watts, and I think that was improper. But I'm saying, as it goes forward, as soon as a name that's associated with my client or my client's name comes out, I'm moving for an immediate mistrial, and I believe it's very warranted.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, can I join in that objection also? And
Well, the Harvey rule's in effect, so what else do you want to add to that, sir?
well, I want to, the state cited a case earlier, the Hassan case. I've had a chance to sit and read through, and that is actually instructive to the court. There is a difference in what the court applied in Hassan and what's going on right here.
But Quick is a better case in terms of the court's interpretation of what a detective may testify to. So I have to read both in conjunction. So we'll disagree about our interpretations as to that, but I feel that I've made the correct ruling in respect to that. And you can still object as to foundation, but
And that's my position. And I share the same concern that Mr. Sharp has, which is that they have witnesses that they can call to testify about the individual incidents. If it's relevant, it comes in and those witnesses testify. But they can't simply have Detective Dennis, and just by asking the questions in a certain way, saying, what does your investigation show? He can't just he can testify to the end result of the investigation, but he can't get around hearsay by simply saying that I know this person was a perpetrator, this person was a victim. All of that comes from hearsay. In the Hassan case, that detective was not allowed. Of course, that detective did not testify about information gleaned from other detectives or information gleaned from the investigation. It was very clear in Hassan as to what was admissible and what was not. And what he is testifying to right now is not admissible. They can't call those witnesses. And they've got 200 witnesses on the witness list. They're trying to get around calling those witnesses by trying this case, as Mr. Shaw said very aptly, by hearsay. And that deprives us of the ability to confront those witnesses. If the detective says, well, this person I determined to be a perpetrator, this person I determined to be a victim, we have no way of confronting that if it's just coming in based on his hearsay testimony. I would object. I would be in the same position and ask for the state to not be allowed to continue down that road.
okay, all right, state.
Your Honor, Quick is as the court has pointed out, Quick is the most on-point authority that we have for our questions that we are asking Detective Dennis. We are, as Mr. Adams correctly stated, we are intentionally not asking him who did this, who did that. We simply are asking him, who did he investigate as the perpetrator? Who did you investigate as the victim? And later, when we get into other questions, we will have a proper basis and foundation for his knowledge of these other questions related to incidents that occurred after the April 25th, 2015, April 26th and 25th, 2015 incident involving the shooting of Lil Wayne's bus and how he aided Detective Racy in that investigation. Previously, Detective Dennis was asked questions about why he became involved in a Cobb County incident. Detective Dennis testified aptly that as a result of events that he was already investigating, he was able to do X, Y, and Z. There are certain steps that he took, certain places that he went that involve the incidents that he is simply speaking to the jury about his who, where, and what he investigated, not offering any statements by anyone. We're not arguing this is that, he pled guilty to that, and we're not going to offer any improper hearsay or testimony that might infringe on anyone's rights in this case.
All right, councils, take your break. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Go ahead.
loosens your body.
All right, so summon our jurors, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, you may continue.
Detective Dennis, looking at the diagram that you have been drawing on for the jury, have you gone past the January date to continue writing
Yes.
incidents? So would it be helpful if we just turn to a clean page to continue the rest?
That's fine.
All right. So I'm just going to write timeline at the top, okay?
All right.
Would you tell the jury what incident that you investigated chronologically next that you had knowledge of prior to speaking with Detective Racy?
878 Oakland.
Now, on January the 12th, did you investigate an incident involving 193 Hendricks?
Yes.
And whose home is that?
That's the brother of Kenneth Copeland.
And that was January the 12th,
Yes.
2015. And what type of incident were you investigating as it related to the information you had before speaking with Racy?
The house basically was a drive-by shooting.
So, drive-by
Yep.
of Kenneth Copeland's brother.
Correct.
Was Kenneth Copeland affiliated with any of the groups that you described being at Club Crucial on January the 8th, 2015?
January 6th.
January the 6th, 2015.
Yes.
Objection.
Which-
Call for hearsay.
Oh, sir.
Which group did you investigate Kenneth Copeland as being a part of as it relates to the investigation you took place before speaking with Detective Racy?
He was associated with YSL.
All right. The incident you spoke of at 878 Oakland, what date did that occur?
The 13th, I believe.
Do you need to refer to your timeline to refresh your memory?
Yes,
Okay. Have you refreshed your memory?
I have.
And what date did the incident at 878 Oakland occur on?
January 13th, 2015.
What type of incident was that?
Drive-by shooting.
878 Oakland. Have I accurately written what you said on the
Yes.
flip chart? Is that address connected with anyone who is, at that time in your investigation, associated with YSL?
Kenneth Copeland.
And what relation is the house owner of 878 Oakland to Kenneth Copeland?
His sister.
And is his sister the person you're investigating as the victim or the perpetrator?
The victim.
In the incidents occurring on January the 12th and January the 13th, are you investigating persons associated with YSL as victims or perpetrators?
We're investigating them as victims.
Okay. I'm just going to write YSL Copeland, sister. Victim. And then victim. All right. Chronologically, what was the next incident that you investigated, that you had knowledge of prior to speaking with Detective Racy?
3424 Ruby Harper.
All right. And what date did that occur?
January 13th. Ruby Harper.
What type of event occurred at 3424 Ruby Harper on January 13th, 2015 that you investigated prior to speaking with Detective Racy?
Drive-by shooting.
Is 3424 Ruby Harper in Atlanta?
Yes.
And is it in Fulton County?
Yes.
And who lived? Did anyone at 3424 Ruby Harper have any connection, based on your investigation, to anyone in YSL?
Yes.
What was the connection between the person at 3424 Ruby Harper and someone in YSL?
The stepfather of Jeffrey Williams.
And were you investigating the stepfather of Jeffrey Williams as a alleged perpetrator or alleged victim in this case?
Victim.
Moving forward, on January the 22nd, 2015, did you investigate any crimes or offenses that you had knowledge of prior to speaking with Detective Racy?
What's the date?
January 22nd, 2015.
1007 Hill Street.
1007 Hill Street?
Yes.
Is 1007 Hill Street in Atlanta?
Yes.
Is it a house, business, or something else?
I think it's apartments.
So it's a residence?
It's like a townhouse type apartment. Yes, it's a residence.
And who lived there at that time?
Rayshawn Bennett's mother.
And does Rayshawn Bennett go by any other name?
YSL Lucci.
Lucci's mama lived at 1007 Hill Street?
Correct.
Does YFN Lucci have any affiliation or connection to any of the groups that you mentioned being at Crucial on the 6th?
Yes.
Which group?
If gang.
Are you investigating YFN Lucci's mother as the victim or alleged perpetrator?
Victim.
January the 26th of 2015, did you investigate any incident that you had knowledge of prior to talking with Detective Racy about the April 26th, 2015 shooting of the Little Wayne bus?
Yes.
what occurred on January 26, 2015, first, that you had knowledge of and investigated before speaking with Detective Racy?
Kenneth Copeland's brother's vehicle was shot as it exited 75 South at University.
So KC, and is this the same Kenneth Copeland associated with YSL?
Yes.
YSL, brothers, vehicle is shot?
Mm-hmm.
And what was that location?
7585 southbound at University.
My writing is getting as bad as yours, isn't it?
Not as easy as it looks.
Okay. Did anything else happen on January 26, 2015 that you had knowledge of and investigated before speaking with Detective Racy?
Yes.
What?
Lucci's mom house got shot up again.
And
1007 Hill Street.
And was his mother the victim that you were investigating or the perpetrator you were investigating?
Her and her boyfriend were the victims. They were actually shot.
And were both his mother and her boyfriend shot, or was only the mom shot?
Both were shot.
January the 28th, 2015. Did anything happen that you investigated and had knowledge of prior to speaking with Detective Racy that you considered pertinent to Detective Racy's investigation?
Yes.
What happened on January 28th, 2015?
2905 Springdale Road and Trivia Smith's apartment is shot up.
$2905 Springdale Road. Mm-hmm. Is that in Atlanta?
It's in Atlanta, but I think it's at East Point or College Park. I'm not sure. On the border.
And Trivia Smith home shot up.
Mm-hmm.
And Trivia Smith on January 25th, 2015, is she the person you're looking at as the victim or the perpetrator?
She's a victim.
During that investigation, did Antrevia Smith provide you with any media?
Yes.
And what was the media she provided you with?
She gave us a video from Club Crucial of Kenneth Copeland flashing a large sum of money.
Did Antrevia Smith ever give you video footage of Moncton?
I stand the objection.
Did you ever obtain any pieces of evidence from Antrevia Smith related to either Quindarius Zachary or Antonio Sledge?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was a social media post of Antonio Sledge and Quindarius Zachary both holding weapons, antagonizing the rival gang and Kelvin Watts.
And I wrote January 25th. Was that January the 28th? Did I write that
That's
wrong?
the 8th, 28th. Sure.
Who was it on the video antagonizing Kelvin Watts?
Antonio Sledge, aka Moontoon, and Quindarius Zachary.
Antagonizing Kelvin Watts.
Correct.
Now, is this the same Kelvin Watts that you told the jury about an event occurring on January 12th, 2015?
Yes.
During your investigation, did you determine whether Kelvin Watts was connected with any of the groups that you talked about being at Club Crucial as it related to the January 6, 2015 shooting?
Yes.
Which group?
Fifth gang.
And was Calvin Watts connected by blood to, pardon the pun, was Calvin Watts related genetically?
Objection, hearsay.
A standing objection.
Did you find through your investigation any connection between Calvin Watts?
Objection, same, hearsay.
Your Honor,
Let her finish the question, Mr. Adams.
did you find through your investigation any connection between Calvin Watts and Donovan Thomas?
I'm going to object.
Overrule, sir. Overrule, sir.
You may answer.
Yes.
What was the connection? And is this the same Donovan Thomas who was murdered on January 10th?
Yes.
All right. And what connection did you find between Calvin Watts and Donovan Thomas, who was murdered on January the 10th?
They're half brothers.
And is Calvin Watts associated with If Gang, YSL, or something else?
Fifth gang.
All right. On February the 10th of 2015, did anything occur that you investigated that you found pertinent to Detective Racy's investigation of
Yes.
the April 26th shooting?
Yes.
And what occurred on February the 10th, 2015?
Kelvin Watts was shot at 409 University Avenue.
Is that in Atlanta?
Yes.
All right. Is that the same Kelvin Watts you just told the jury about?
Yes.
Did anything occur on February the 19th of 2015 as it related to your investigation prior to speaking with Detective Racy?
Yes.
What happened on February the 19th, 2015?
156 Maury Avenue, Kenneth Copeland was coming out of his home and was shot at with his girlfriend and their small child.
And is that in Atlanta?
Yes.
Fulton County?
Yes.
So with his girlfriend, GF, and child?
Yes.
Okay. April 12th, 2015. Did anything occur on that date that you investigated that you found pertinent to the investigation you assisted Detective Racy with?
Yes.
What occurred on April 12th, 2015?
Dexter Montgomery was shot in the head.
And who is it that you were investigating these cases with, if anybody, as a partner?
Me and Lakia Gaither were partners. We rode together every single day.
You what?
We rode together every single day.
We're going to stick a pin in this one, April 12th. What did you investigate Dexter Montgomery as, victim or assailant?
Victim.
And who did you investigate as the perpetrators of the April 12th, 2015 incident?
Walter Murphy and Demise McMullen.
Is this the Walter Murphy that you had previously labeled DK in prior photos?
Yes.
And is Walter Murphy Also one that you connected with YSL during your investigation.
Yes.
And the other person was Demise McMullen.
Yes.
What nickname, if any, did you learn he had?
Nard or hard nard?
Did you investigate Kelvin Treadwell related to the April 12, 2015 incident?
Yes.
Did you investigate a Rodney Allison as it relates to the April 12, 2015 incident?
Yes.
Did you investigate a person named Fatty as it relates to the April 12, 2015 incident?
Yes.
Murphy, McMullen, Treadwell, Allison, and Fatty. Did you investigate them all as alleged perpetrators?
Yes.
Were McMullen, Treadwell, Allison, and or Fatty associated with either of the groups you mentioned were at Club Crucial on January 6, 2015?
Yes.
What group?
YSL.
All of them?
All of them.
Okay. And did you have an occasion to interview Walter Murphy in connection with the April 12, 2015 incident and the April 26, 2015 shooting of the Little Wayne bus?
Yes.
Who participated in those interviews with you?
Myself and Lakia Gaither.
So we'll go to 4/26/2015. Little Wayne bus shooting. Yesterday, you talked about having written a report in that case.
Yes.
Did you draft your report on the day that these events occurred, April 26, 2015?
No.
Approximately when did you draft the report that you made in the case involving the Little Wayne bus shooting?
Not sure. Probably a month after, I think.
And would referring to your report refresh your recollection as to the date?
That's fine.
Your Honor, may I approach the court reporter for the exhibit?
You may.
Showing you what has been admitted or marked for reference as State's Exhibit 113 Echo Romeo. Is this the report that you drafted?
Yes.
Looking at that report, does it refresh your memory as to when you prepared the report?
Yes.
And what date did you prepare the report as it relates to the Little Wayne bus shooting on April 26, 2015?
May 26th.
Would you tell the jury why you prepared a report for an event occurring in April on May 26, 2015?
Because initially it was no crime on us. It was on cop.
On April the 20th, better yet, did you state yesterday that you reached out to Detective Racy?
I did.
Do you remember when it was that you reached out to him?
I believe it was that Sunday that Sunday evening. The compound happened Saturday night going into Sunday. I think once I got to work Sunday is when I reached out to the Zone 2 supervisor who had the incident, and then he put me in touch with the Cobb County Police Department, and they basically put us in touch with Detective Racy.
And as it it relates to the incidents that occurred in January and February, and into April that we listed on this timeline, what groups was it that you were investigating before talking to Detective Race?
YSL and If Gang.
How did you feel that that investigation you were conducting related to the investigation that Detective Racy was conducting?
It was
That's relevant.
I'll overrule the objection.
You may answer.
it was basically the same players and the same people.
When you say the same players and people, was Lil Wayne involved in either of those incidents?
No,
Then who are you talking about?
I'm talking about YSL.
Okay. Let me, before getting into all of the ways that you assisted Racy, ask you this. On April the 28th, 2015, did you investigate any events related to one or more of those same people that you were looking at as a result of April the 26th shooting of Lil Wayne's bus?
Say that, rephrase that, or say that again.
April 28th, 2015, did anything happen that you investigated
Yes,
that was related to people connected with the April 26th, 2015 shooting?
yes, I investigated.
Did anything happen at Adele Drive?
Drive-by shooting.
April 28th. That would have been a what day of the week?
Monday night going into Tuesday, I believe.
April 28th, 2015. Drive by. And what was the location of that drive-by shooting?
1428 Adele Drive.
Is that in Atlanta?
Yes.
Would you describe where that is in Atlanta?
Zone 1. Near the AUC, kind of.
And by AUC, is that the Atlanta University Center?
Yes.
Consisting of Spelman, Morehouse, Clark,
Yes.
Morris Brown. Were the occupants of 1428 Adele Drive people that you investigated as the perpetrators or victims in the shooting on April 28th?
In this shooting, they were victims.
Were the occupants of 1428 Adele Drive connected with anyone in one of the groups, If Gang or YSL?
They were related to If Gang.
What If Gang member?
Darren Mills.
And what relation to Darren Mills did the occupant of 1428 Adele Drive have?
The victim?
Yes.
The victim was his aunt.
Okay. Did his mother also live there?
Yes.
Okay. The aunt was shot, and the mother, was she shot?
No.
Was she inside the residence when the shooting occurred?
Yes.
Okay. Did anything occur on April the 28th, 2015 at Drew Drive that you investigated as it relates to YSL or If Gang?
Yes.
What happened on April the 28th, 2015 at Drew Drive that you investigated?
A drive-by shooting.
And what was the address of Drew Drive?
1903 Drew Drive, Northwest.
And were persons at that location who lived there investigated as victims or perpetrators?
They were investigated as victims.
Did anyone live at 1903 Drew Drive who was connected with either YSL or If Gang through your investigation?
Yes.
Who?
Philip Collins. He's the brother of Darren Mills.
And did Philip Collins alone live at, and this is an apartment complex, house, or something else?
I believe it's an apartment, and it's his girl. I believe he stayed with his girlfriend.
Okay. And is Philip Collins associated with either If Gang or YSL?
Yes, ma'am.
April 28th, 2015. Does anything occur as it relates to Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
What occurs?
He was at the Dunbar Rec Center with an assault rifle, or they deemed it a pistol, but it was an assault rifle.
Okay. And this was Kenneth Copeland associated with YSL?
Yes.
And is this information you gleaned from your investigation?
Yes.
Did anything occur on May 7th, 2015 as it relates to YSL or If Gang that you investigated?
Yes.
What occurred on May 7th, 2015 that you investigated as it relates to YSL or If Gang?
Quindarius Zachary was caught with an assault rifle at, 151 Cleveland Avenue, the BP station.
At 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Was that the first time that you had investigated 151 Cleveland Avenue as it relates to either YSL or If Gang?
It's located in the YSL area, Cleveland Avenue.
Basis.
Also testimony that's beyond the ken of a lay witness.
I'm overruling objection, sir.
So it's in YSL territory?
Yes.
Objection to the testimony by the DA.
I'll sustain as to form of the question. You can rephrase.
All right. And again, what is 151?
It's a BP gas station.
Okay. And is it in either particular group's territory?
YSL territory.
All right. And is Quindarius Zachary associated with YSL or If Gang?
YSL.
And was he the alleged perpetrator or victim in this case?
He was arrested with that firearm.
Sorry.
He was arrested with that firearm.
Without speaking any single word that he may have said, did you interview Quindarius Zachary as a result of this incident and any of the other incidents that we have talked about before now?
Yes.
Did anyone accompany you during that interview?
My partner.
Is that Detective Gaither?
Yes.
And was that interview recorded?
Yes.
October 1st, 2015. Did anything happen that you investigated involving either YSL or If Gang?
YSL member Martinez Arnold and Diamante Kendricks was arrested after a high-speed chase where they basically were going to retaliate against If Gang.
Objection.
Basis.
False speculation.
I'll stand the objection. You can rephrase.
Who were the persons involved in the incident on October 1st, 2015 that were in your investigation connected to YSL?
Martinez Arnold, aka Duke, Diamante Kendricks, aka Yak Gotti.
And were they investigated as victims or were they investigated as perpetrators?
They was investigated as perpetrators.
And are both of them connected with YSL?
Yes.
Is Diamante Kendrick someone that you recognize in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury where he is seated and an article of clothing that he is wearing?
He's the gentleman in the black sweater with the white collar in the front row.
Your Honor, would the record reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Kendrick?
It shall.
You also spoke about Jeffrey Williams earlier. Is Jeffrey Williams anyone that you recognize in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And would you describe where he is sitting and what he is wearing for the record?
The tan and red sweater with dreadlocks in the second row.
And who is he seated between?
They don't want me to call hair colors today, so Mr. Steele and I believe Mr. Adams.
Your Honor, would the record reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Jeffrey Williams?
It shall.
Thank you. Were Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Arnold found with any weapons on April 1st, 2015?
Yes.
What kind of weapons were they found with?
I believe a handgun and an assault rifle.
Okay. Through your investigation, counsel has just reminded me, I said April 1st, and I did mean October 1st, 2015, as it relates to Martinez Arnold and Diamante Kendricks. Was that October 1st that they were found with the assault rifle
Yes.
and the handgun? When you reached out to Detective Racy, what information did you seek to provide him that you thought would aid in his investigation?
That A, I was there, and B, I kind of had an idea of the suspects involved.
And did you take any steps from that point to aid or assist Detective Racy in gathering any evidence of the April 26th shooting of Lil Wayne's bus?
Yes.
Now, before April 26th, and even further down to October 1st, 2015, were all of the incidents except the shooting itself of Lil Wayne's bus, did they all happen, did you investigate them as happening in Fulton County?
Yes.
What was the first thing that you did to try and assist Detective Racy in investigating the April 26, 2015 shooting of Lil Wayne's bus?
I tried to identify the individual I knew as Pee Wee or Roscoe, locate his government name.
By government, do you mean his given name?
His given name.
Do you remember what it was that made you want to investigate Pee Wee in relation to the April 26, 2015 shooting of the Lil Wayne bus?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Motivation for investigation is relevant.
I sustain the objection.
Why did you want to get Pee Wee's given name?
I'm going to object. That's the same question. That's the question.
Your Honor,
Why and motivation are the same thing.
Go on, sir. Oh, go ahead, madam.
Your Honor, for foundation, background for the jury, and information as to what in his investigation was relevant for a Cobb County case.
Oh, I'll overrule the objection at this time.
Why did you seek to learn Pee Wee's given name?
Because I was there and pretty much involved in the incident, and I figured that Cobb County wouldn't be aware of everything that was going on. To them, it would have just been another random shooting. By providing them with background, they can understand pretty much what led up to the shooting and the motivation of it.
All right. Did you talk to to Officer Tyrone Finney at all about events that occurred on April 25th and 26th, 2015, before the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
Objection. Yes, and answer.
I sustain the objection.
Did you know at the time that you talked to Detective Racy any information about why Officer Finney wanted you to stop Pee Wee's car?
I don't understand the question.
Did you testify about anything Officer Finney tried to get you to do as it relates to Pee Wee's car?
Yes.
What did he try to get you to do?
He tried to get me to stop it.
All right. Did you find out why he tried to get you to stop it?
Yes.
Did you learn that information prior to talking to Detective Racy?
Yes.
Why did he try to get you to stop it?
Because he saw an assault rifle on the seat.
Your Honor,
I'll overrule the objection, sir. You can answer, sir.
He saw an assault rifle on the seat. That's why he was telling me to stop the car.
now, did you realize at the time that he tried to get you to stop it, that there was an assault rifle that he saw?
No.
Objection, relevance.
Overrule, sir.
And what did you determine Pee Wee's given name to be?
Jimmy Winfrey.
Did you do anything to find out anything about the car Mr. Winfrey was in on the night of April 25th, 2015?
Yes.
What did you do?
I actually followed him on Instagram. And so I went to his page.
Now, would you tell the jury why you were following Jimmy Winfrey on Instagram?
I knew him in passing for years, and I followed him on Instagram.
Was that out of personal interest or in your capacity as a law enforcement officer?
A little bit of both. I've never had any problems with him. I've known him since 2005. So anytime I saw him, even the night of this incident, I actually shook hands with him.
Did you find anything that you felt was pertinent to Racy's investigation on Jimmy Winfrey's Instagram?
Yes, a picture of the white Camaro.
And what was the nature of the picture that you saw? What?
It just gave a description of, I guess he had just got the vehicle, I'm not sure. And he, like most people, he was showing off his car.
Did you provide that information to Detective Racy?
Yes.
What else did you do?
Once my partner located Mr. Winfrey, we learned that he was on probation. So we reached out to his probation officer, and she basically said, I'll have...
Ever say what
I sustain the objection.
So, you, after reaching out to Mr. Winfrey's probation office, did you get any information you found useful?
Yeah, we went to meet her.
Okay. And did she give you...
Hold on, before you get into that. It's still lunchtime hour, so I think I want to stop at this one time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we're going to go ahead and be in recess for lunch. So if I could get you all to come back for 2:00, and that includes you, Detective, and please don't discuss testimony of except lawyers in this case. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you back at 2:00. All right, all rise. He knows it's time to get off.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Our jury has left us. All right, we'll see you all back at 2:00. Recess. All right, someone adjourn, sir. Thank you. Sir. Oh, Mr. Magic Senior. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Ms. Love, whenever you're ready, ma'am, you can continue with your examination.
Detective Dennis, we were last talking about you're going to reach out to Mr. Winfrey's probation officer. Were you all able to get a phone number for Mr. Winfrey from the probation officer?
Yes.
Back on April the 28th of 2015, the date that you spoke of Kenneth Copeland being arrested at the Delmar Center, did you all subsequently interview Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
How long was the interview?
About 9 hours.
Who all was involved in the interview?
Myself and Detective Gaither. Eventually, we had to pass the investigation off to our Internal Affairs Division.
So, after you spoke with Kenneth Copeland on April the 28th of 2015, did you go to the Vault studio at any time?
Yes.
What was the purpose for your going there?
To see if they had video of the entrance to the facility.
What dates were you looking for video as it relates to the entrance to the vault?
The night of the bus shooting.
And was that, were you looking for April the 25th, 26th, or some other time?
Both.
Were you all able to locate any footage from that night?
Yes.
Who was it that went to seek that footage?
Myself and Detective Gaither.
I'm going to show you what we have now marked as state's exhibits. 110 Echo, 111 Echo, 112 Echo, 115 Echo. After I show the same two calculations.
yet, come on. All right, counsels, you go ahead, consistent with the court's instruction. All right.
Maybe excuse me.
Just ask that. Yes, question, yeah, inquiry? Inquiry, yes.
the way that we have the exhibits now? Would you like to see the way we have the exhibits now? I will show you what we have marked as state's exhibits. 110 Echo, 111 Echo, 112 Echo, and 114 Echo.
Okay.
With the court's permission, I'm approaching the witness.
You may.
All right, starting with 110 Echo. Do you recognize the imagery depicted in 110 Echo?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the items photographed in 110 Echo?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tender states exhibit 110 Echo for evidence.
Any further objection to 110 Echo? All right, hearing none, it's admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Showing you states exhibit 111 Echo. Do you recognize states exhibit 111 Echo?
Yes.
Is states exhibit 111 Echo about a 1-minute video clip?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the items contained in the video clip that you captured in relation to the race investigation?
Yes.
State tender states exhibit 111 Echo.
Any objection to 111 Echo?
No, sir.
All right, 111 Echo is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Showing you states exhibit 112 Echo. Do you recognize 112 Echo?
Yes.
How do you recognize 112 Echo?
It's a screen grab of the social media account of Jimmy Winfrey.
Is that a screen grab that you captured during your investigation,
Yep.
assisting Detective Racy in the Cobb County Little Wayne bus shooting?
Yes.
Is that an accurate depiction of the screen grab that you captured?
Yes.
State tender states exhibit 112 Echo as evidence.
Any objection to states 112 Echo?
I just said,
Other than it's been proffered already?
that's correct, no, sir.
Okay, it's admitted over objection.
Showing you states exhibit 115 Echo. Do you recognize states exhibit 115 Echo?
Yes.
How do you recognize states exhibit 115 Echo?
Screen grab from Jimmy Winfrey social media.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate representation of the imagery you grabbed from the social media page of Jimmy Winfrey?
Yes.
State tender states exhibit 115 Echo.
Any further objection to states 115 Echo?
Just previous objection.
All right, it's admitted over objection with redaction. All right, it may be published as you see fit.
Thank you. Detective Dennis, I'm gonna show to you on the screen states exhibit 110 Echo and ask you a couple of questions as soon as we get that pulled up, okay?
All right.
Now looking at, I'll just hand you a packet. Looking at state's exhibit 110 Echo, would you tell the jury what it is that is depicted in state's exhibit 110 Echo?
It's a screen grab of the surveillance footage from the Vault studio.
Now you and who else went to obtain that surveillance footage?
Detective Gaither.
And was that, did you testify that was after April the 28th of 2015?
Yes.
Now, what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 110 Echo? That's on the screen now.
We're looking at the screen grab of the surveillance footage from the Vault Studio. Or at 675 Metropolitan, the surveillance cameras right at the entrance of the location.
Did you all have to do any legwork to find a location with surveillance footage?
Yeah.
And what was it that the date on that screen grab, did you determine whether the camera was accurately recording the date?
Lady question.
I stand the objection to form. You can rephrase.
What, if anything, did you determine about the time on the surveillance camera?
While with the person that was getting the video for us,
Did hearsay.
He does not say anything.
I'll overrule the objection at the same time.
we learned that
Objection if that comes from a hearsay statement from another witness.
I'll dive into it.
I'll stand the objections to form. You can rephrase.
Did Detective T normally get you all's video?
yes,
Did Detective T get this video?
no,
Did you and Detective Gaither have to get this video?
yes,
And when you went out to the location to get the footage of the entrance to 675 Metropolitan, did you observe the surveillance footage yourself?
yes,
Did you make any determinations about the date or time stamp on the surveillance system as you were watching it?
yes.
Overrule, sir.
What did you determine as you were watching it?
The timestamp was off.
How much? Do you remember how much?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Did the footage reflected in State's Exhibit 110 Echo relate to the night that you saw Jimmy Winfrey at the compound?
Yes,
And is the footage depicted in 110 Echo imagery of before you saw Mr. Winfrey at the compound or after?
before.
And what is it that is depicted? What vehicle is depicted in State's Exhibit 110 Echo?
It's the white Camaro,
What white Camaro?
Jimmy Winfrey's white Camaro.
Is this the same one you saw him in on the night of April 25th? Leading
Yes.
into April 26th, right?
Yes,
Showing you State's Exhibit 111 Echo. Is 111 Echo the surveillance footage that you were able to obtain of the area outside 675 Metropolitan Parkway prior to seeing Mr. Moon?
yes.
Now, can you explain to the jury the setup that we're looking at in 111 Echo?
This is the entrance to 675 of the picture that I showed, that I drew earlier. If you look, it's a ramp that comes up to the property. You can go and keep around and go back where the vault was, or you can go back around and go back where the TIG studios on the other side was.
Can you explain what this item is that I'm using my mouse to circle? Is that a computer screen?
Yes,
Is that a computer screen containing the surveillance?
yes.
Now, why is this a video of a recording on a computer screen?
Because we didn't retrieve the surveillance until a time after the incident. This wasn't the same night of the incident.
Okay. The footage inside was the night of incident, but the day you retrieved it was not.
Correct.
And did you record the surveillance footage with a device of your own?
Yes.
Now, is that the way that Detective T would have done it, or does he do something different?
He does.
Also speculation.
I sustain objection.
Normally, when you all utilize Detective T to get surveillance footage, did Detective T copy with a device?
Meeting,
I sustain objection.
How did Detective T normally retrieve the video?
objection, also
It
speculation.
does not. It speaks to his personal knowledge and how Detective T normally does it for him.
That's called for speculation. I sustain the objection.
Have you gotten video footage from Detective T before?
Yes.
Did Detective T's footage look like this? A recording of a recording?
No.
How did Detective T's footage look?
Detective T specializes in abstracting video footage, and that's his assignment. So whenever there's an incident, usually our Homeland Security team goes and retrieves the surveillance footage.
And did you or Detective Gaither specialize in extracting surveillance?
No.
All right, as we play Stacy 111 Echo, would you explain what is happening that is of significance to your investigation? And Stacy Exhibit 111 Echo, as we play. What is happening as we pause Stacy Exhibit 111 Echo?
A car
Approximately 25 seconds in.
A car is leaving the vault or leaving the studio or leaving 675 Metropolitan.
Did you all pause the surveillance footage at that point when the car came out?
I believe so.
All right, and what is happening now?
We started the video back and we basically screen grabbed the different vehicles that was leaving out at the same time as the white Camaro.
Okay. What vehicles, if you can recall, was it that left out at the same time as white Camaro? Do you remember?
If you want to go back, I know that's a Charger.
Do you recall who was driving the vehicles that you saw as you sit there today?
No.
Okay. Now, once you gathered this information, the video footage, what did you do with it?
Shared it with Detective Rice.
I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit 112 Echo. What is State's Exhibit 112 Echo?
This is a screen grab of Jimmy Winfrey's social media with a picture of the white Camaro.
And what was the handle that Jimmy Winfrey used on this social media site?
Pee Wee, aka Roscoe.
During the time that you were aiding in Detective Racy's investigation, did you also look into an incident that occurred on Did you also look into an alleged terroristic threats that have been committed by?
Objection to the leading question.
I stand in objection.
Did you look into any incident involving Defendant Williams and the Dunwoody Police Department?
Yes.
Do you recall what the charges alleged were in that incident?
That
Objection as to relevance.
Overruled objection, sir.
the charges were terroristic threats as
And did that incident occur after the Little Wayne bus shooting?
yes.
Are you aware of Free Roscoe paraphernalia being worn in footage from that incident?
I'm not aware of that.
During your investigation, did you personally ever encounter or learn of Free Roscoe paraphernalia?
I would see that hashtag sometime.
Did that hashtag appear after Jimmy Winfrey had been charged with the shooting of the Little Wayne bus?
Yes.
The night of April the 26th, 2015, other than the guns that you have already mentioned, did you locate any guns on anybody else in that crowd?
No.
Did you see any of the footage, any of the vehicles that were depicted in State's Exhibit 111 Echo at the compound, other than the Camaro driven by Mr. Winfrey?
Yes, the first car, I believe that was the car that Trontavia Stevens was driving.
Okay. What other vehicles did you observe in connection with this incident at the compound on the night of April the 25th into the morning of the 26th?
The green two-door Explorer.
And who did that green two-door Explorer belong to?
Jeffrey Williams' sister.
Is that the place or the one that the gun was placed on?
Yes, ma'am.
By Mr. Murphy? And did you see Mr. Murphy in the company or presence of Defendant Williams' two sisters?
Yes, before he placed the gun on the tire.
Who was it that was asking you why you were pointing a gun at Mr. Murphy?
The sister.
Did you interview persons in relation to the Little Wayne bus shooting that were connected with YSL?
Yes.
Do you recall who you interviewed without saying what they said?
Walter Murphy, Quindarius Zachary,
Okay,
Kenneth Copeland.
okay. I don't want you to tell me what anyone said, but I need to know if there was ever any expression to you that these folks went to the compound to support Lil Wayne.
No.
Objection, Your Honor, this is called for interest.
Hey, basis?
You're saying.
I'll sustain the objection. You can rephrase it.
Through your investigation, what did you determine the reason that these individuals were at the compound?
Objection, call for hearsay.
Speculation.
I'm going to overrule both objections from Mr. Shard as well as Mr. Matthews.
They basically went to make a statement. They were aware of, from the interviews,
Objection to speculation as to who, what was aware of.
I sustain that.
Yes, Your Honor. Don't talk about what anybody said. But did anything that you learned in your investigation indicate that the group was there to support Lil Wayne?
I'm going to object
Basis.
on two grounds. One, speculation, and two, the response calls for hearsay that this witness received. It comes from someone else's statement. It would be hearsay, inadmissible.
I'm going to overrule your objection, your objections, Mr. Adams. Mr. Shard,
I just want to add also about this confrontation.
overrule, sir. You
Did-
can answer the question.
Did anything that you learned in your investigation indicate that the people connected with YSL
I'm going to
were
object to
there?
that leading question.
I sustain the objection.
Did anything you learned in your investigation give you any indication that the group you discussed were there to support Lil Wayne?
Is the objection.
Your Honor, the court overruled it.
No, I sustain this objection. That's the leading.
Okay. Based on your investigation, was the group there to support Lil Wayne or something different?
something different.
Did you ever see Jeffrey Williams at the compound that night?
No,
Were you aware of where it was that Jeffrey Williams was on the night of April 25th, 2015?
was I aware the night of the bus shooting or later on?
Through your investigation, did you learn where Jeffrey Williams was the night of April 25th, 2015?
Yes, I did.
What state was Jeffrey Williams in?
New Orleans, Louisiana.
Where is Lil Wayne from?
New Orleans, Louisiana.
Did you speak with any persons that you described as seeing at the compound the night of April 25th about why they were at the compound and not in New Orleans?
I believe when we spoke with,
Don't talk about who said what.
Objection.
I sustain the objection as a form.
Did anyone or any part of your investigation reveal why the people at the compound were not in Louisiana with Jeffrey Williams?
no,
Yes or no?
no,
Did either of Defendant Williams' sisters ever come forth to talk to you about why they were in Atlanta the night their brother was performing in Louisiana?
no.
Do you know or did you learn through your investigation what it was that Defendant Williams was doing in New Orleans, Louisiana on that night?
Performing.
And do you know, based on your investigation, how he was received?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Without saying how, did any part of your investigation reveal to you the reception of Jeffrey Williams in New Orleans?
Objection, it's the same question.
Well, hold on. All right, you had an objection from Mr. Adams, objection from Mr. Matthews, and I believe an objection from Mr. Sharp. All right, who's the third person objecting? All right.
Well, I'm going to speak for myself.
Did any?
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
Hold on, yeah. Hold on. Ms. Weaver, can you repeat the question? Yes.
And based on your investigation, how he was received, this is without saying how, to any part of your investigation, revealed to you the reception of Jeffrey.
I'm gonna overrule the objections from both counsels, Mr. Sharp as well as Mr. Adams.
So, Detective Dennis, without saying how, did any part of your investigation reveal the reception of Jeffrey Williams while he was performing in Louisiana on the night of April 25th, 2000?
Yes.
Was the reception good or bad?
Bad.
During the time that you were aiding Detective Racy in the Little Wayne bus shooting investigation, do you recall other steps that you took to aid in the investigation beyond gathering the footage from the law the night
Yes.
the shooting occurred? What other steps did you take in this investigation?
I shared information that we received through the interview of Walter Murphy with Detective Racy.
And were those recorded interviews that you shared?
Yes. I don't think I shared the actual video recording. I shared, I believe, the notes from the interview.
Okay. Did you take any other steps besides providing Detective Racy with the notes from your interview with Walter Murphy? And getting the footage from the law?
I basically shared what we did on our end in reference to his investigation. It basically was a joint investigation.
When you speak of what you did on your end, who is the your end that you're talking about?
What do you mean when you say?
When you say what we did on our end,
Myself and Detective Gator.
did Detective or Officer Tyrone Penny write a report in this case?
Yes.
Did you ask him to?
Yes.
Why?
To document what he saw.
Did you read his report?
I did.
And did his report reflect what your recollection of events was?
It did.
Did you ever receive evidence in this case from anyone? Do you recall without refreshing your memory?
I'm trying to think off the top of my head, but
If you don't recall,
I don't recall.
do you recall handling a projectile
Yes.
from this case?
Yes.
Who gave the projectile to you?
The bus driver.
Would that have been, which bus driver do you remember?
The bus driver of the bus that Lil Wayne was riding on reached out in reference to recovering a projectile from his bus.
Was that Mr. Alvin Lewis?
Yes.
And when Mr. Alvin Lewis reached out and did he provide you that projectile?
Yes.
And what did you do with that projectile?
I believe I either passed it to Racy.
And you say either pass it to Racy. Is that your memory as it stands, or did you do something different?
Anytime we recovered any firearms, shell cases, or anything, we tried to make sure that they were getting processed correctly, because that is kind of what painted the picture of showing us what was connected and what wasn't. So when I say maybe, I didn't know if maybe I turned it in to property for us or to Racy so he can turn it in so it can be processed as well.
Was showing you a page from Detective Racy's report of the incident refresh your memory as to what you did with that projectile?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to mark as State's Exhibit 116 Echo Romeo the report that I am going to first show to the defense and then approach the witness. And for the record, this would be page 49 of the document previously provided to the defense. I'm going to approach.
All right, now.
And ask you to read to yourself page 49 and look up and tell me, or look up after you finish reading those two paragraphs. Is your memory refreshed as to what you did with the projectile?
Yes.
Would you please tell the jury what you did with the projectile once you got it?
I passed it to Detective Racy
And what date did you pass that to Detective Racy?
on the 28th of April.
Was that 2015?
Yes.
Apart from obtaining the footage from the vault, providing to Detective Racy notes from your interview with Mr. Murphy, and providing him the projectile, did you do anything else in connection with this investigation into the Little White Bus shooting?
Not that I can recall.
Were you at all involved in the search warrant that led to the recovery of the Camaro Mr. Winford was driving?
No, ma'am.
When you speak about working with Detective Gaither, would you tell the jury, if you haven't already, the relative level of experience between you and her?
Objection after relevance.
Oh, well, I'll sustain the objection.
Did you learn information that assisted you in your investigation from Detective Gaither?
Yes.
Did you and Detective Gaither work together during your entire time at the Atlanta Police Department in the gang unit?
No.
At what point did you all first stop working together?
When she got promoted to sergeant.
And was that Sergeant over Zone 1?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not the gang unit still had access to her files when she was promoted to sergeant in Zone 1?
Yes.
Where were those files located when she was promoted to sergeant in Zone 1?
We have a storage room with our files. And after a case is adjudicated or we move on to another case, we are required to store them in that room.
Did Sergeant Gaither take her files with her, or were they still at the gang unit when she was promoted to sergeant?
They still were at the gang unit.
When you and Detective Gaither worked together on a case, did both of you maintain a file of the case? Or did one of you?
It'll be like whoever's going to be the lead will be the handler of like the master file or something like that.
In the Dexter Montgomery shooting investigation, who was it that took the lead in that case?
Gaither did.
Do you recall how it was? Backing up, were you or Gaither the original lead in that case?
No.
Who was the original lead?
The original was Detective Robinson out of Zone 3.
Did you personally know Detective Robinson out of Zone 3?
Yes.
What was his first name?
I don't even know. I just know him as Detective Robinson.
Did you know him as by any other name?
Through my investigation, I learned they called him BB.
Okay. Did you hear people refer to him as BB?
Not in Atlanta Police Department, no.
When you and Detective Gaither got the Dexter Montgomery file, did it have any surveillance in it from Detective Robinson?
No.
Who between you and Detective Gaither would have been responsible for putting surveillance footage from the Dexter Montgomery shooting into the file?
She did.
When you got the file of Detective Robinson, was there any interview of Dexter Montgomery in the file?
No.
Why do you shake your head and say it like that?
When we received the file, I believe we received it almost a month after the incident. I believe we received 3 or 4 pieces of paper. And immediately me and Gaither looked at each other and we took the file and we stapled it shut because we wanted to conduct our own interview our way and we didn't want anything to do with that.
Had there been any charges or warrants taken out at the time you all got the file?
Yes.
What warrants existed at the time you all got the file?
Kelvin Treadwell, aka OG Bentley, was charged with obstruction, I believe, for not telling Detective Robinson who.
Okay, don't say why. Just tell what warrants had been taken out.
Obstruction.
And at the time you and Detective Gaither were given the file, was there any active investigation going on?
No.
Were you and Detective Gaither able to locate the victim, Dexter Montgomery, in a relatively quick fashion?
Yes.
Without saying anything about anybody, what anyone said to you, do you have any idea why it was that Detective Robinson didn't have an interview of Dexter Montgomery?
No clue.
At the time that you got the file from Detective Robinson, was there a single interview of Walter Murphy in it?
No.
Do you have any idea why, at the time, a month after the shooting, there was no interview of Walter Murphy in Detective Robinson's file?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
I didn't ask what it
I
was.
stand objection, Mr. Warren.
By the time that you and Detective Gaither finished the investigation into the Dexter Montgomery shooting, were there at least 3 interviews of Walter Murphy in your file?
Yes.
When you first got the file involving the Dexter Montgomery shooting from Brandon Robinson, was there any interview of D'Angelo White in it?
No.
When you and Detective Gaither finished with the file, did you have at least 2 interviews of D'Angelo White in your file?
Yes.
Did you accompany Detective Gaither at the time that D'Angelo White drove her around describing what happened?
I'm the one that called him on the phone and set up the interview, and I was in the vehicle with her while he was interviewed.
Was there any indication at any time that Brandon Robinson had had any interaction with D'Angelo White?
No.
When you first got the file from Brandon Robinson, were there medical records of Dexter Montgomery in it?
No.
When you finished with the file, were there hundreds of pages of medical
I'm going
records?
to object as to improper bolstering.
I'm gonna sustain the objection on other grounds.
Did you and Detective Gaither get medical records
Yes.
of Dexter Montgomery?
Yes.
Do you recall how many pages there were?
A lot.
Were there more than or less than 100?
I sustain the objection.
And did you all include those medical records in the file that Detective Gaither kept?
Yes.
When you first got the file from Detective Robinson, was there any footage whatsoever of surveillance cameras from the Citgo on that
No.
night?
No.
When you all finished with the file, have you obtained multiple angles of surveillance footage?
I'm gonna overrule the objection, Mr. Shepard.
You may answer.
Can you repeat the question?
During your investigation of Dexter Montgomery's shooting, did you and Detective Gaither obtain multiple angles of surveillance footage from the Citgo?
Yes.
Did you include that in your file?
Yes.
When you write a report in an investigation, is the report a summary of what you've done?
When it's a supplement to the original report. And so, for example, if somebody was shot, it would be the initial report of when they were shot. And then as an investigator, you basically try to illustrate the steps that you took in your investigation.
In your report, do you write out all the words that a person says in an interview, for instance? Verbatim.
No.
Why don't you put that in your report?
Because it can become public record. And as a detective, it's also my job to try to protect the safety of my witnesses.
I'm going
And-
to object to that answer stricken as opposed to future dangerousness is improper.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, Mr. Adams.
If you don't put every single word that your witnesses say in your report, how is it that you provide to, say, the Fulton County District Attorney's Office what the witness said if it's not verbatim in the report?
We're usually going to record it. We're going to try to take notes and try to document it as best we can to obtain and retain the information.
Just one moment. Your Honor. At the time that you and Detective Gaither in your file a lineup shown to D'Angelo White.
Say that again?
At the time that you and Detective Gaither got the file from Brandon Robinson or that he had started, was there any photograph or any image that had been shown to D'Angelo White?
No.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to any
Cases.
further questioning. It goes to items that we're entitled to, we do not have.
That's not an objection, sir. So,
Well, then I'd like to approach it and before any additional questions are asked.
okay. Dennis, please. Huh? Councils, we're going to take a comfort break. Let's do 15 minutes and we'll come back. Okay? All right. We're in recess. All rise. Yeah. I'm sorry. All right, councilors, if you could gather your thoughts and collect your, and be seated, please.
Just can I have a moment to throw the prosecutor real quick in regards to
Yes, sir. Okay, all right.
Yes, sir. Everybody.
Starting with everybody present?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right.
It's nothing to do with anything.
Fix your tie, bro.
This case has nothing to do with you.
Okay, yes, sir, Mr. Adams.
Just so picking back up on our earlier approach in regards to questioning of the witness about a file or documents, investigation conducted by Investigator Robinson that I indicated we did not have. Madam Prosecutor indicated to the court that yes, we've been provided that in discovery. That's not the case. I've had an opportunity to pull back up what we received from the state, which is they said was a 4-page report. What I've got is a 9-page report from Officer Robinson that makes reference to Officer Robinson conducting video recorded interviews that his report says he has, audio recorded interviews of different witnesses involved in a Dexter Montgomery case that he says, according to his report,
He being who? I'm sorry.
Officer Robinson, that he says, I conducted these interviews. They're available upon request. We've received none of those. In the 9 pages, it makes reference to an extensive investigation conducted by Officer Robinson and different witnesses he spoke to, different items of audio taped recordings, videotape recordings, none of which we have. And so the representation that was made to you earlier, unless they can show me somewhere in the discovery where we've looked, I don't see it. I don't believe we have that.
Okay, what are you asking me to do, Mr. Adams? Because at the end of the day, what is it you're seeking from the court?
Well, 2 things. I'm asking them to turn over the discovery that we are entitled to. They're questioning the witness on the stand right now about it. And in fact, we're getting some misrepresentation on the stand about there's no investigation that had been done. Gaither and Dennis had to come behind and do all the things that Investigator Robinson did not do, that according to his report, he did in fact do, but we don't have those items.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Adams is not being entirely candid in terms of what we have just asked about. So, Mr. Adams.
Let's not say he's not being totally candid. Let's just say we have a disagreement at this point in time, because nobody intentionally wants to violate 3.3 of the Georgia Rules of Professional Responsibility, you nor any of your colleagues. So let's just say that we differ.
We differ.
Okay.
We differ.
All right.
Your Honor, Mr. Adams referenced items that were not asked about of this witness at the time that I was questioning Detective Dennis on direct. I asked him whether or not there was a lineup of D'Angelo White. I asked him whether or not inside the file that they received from Detective Robinson, was there surveillance footage, multiple angles of surveillance footage? I asked him, were there interviews of Walter Murphy? Mr. Adams knows that those items he has because we've already introduced them and we have talked about them. Everything that I have asked this witness about, we have introduced as evidence.
So when you're asking those questions, the purpose of asking those questions, I from the court's perspective, I assume is that to potentially show what was not in the small report that Detective
Yes.
Robinson
Yes.
that Robinson did that we cannot find at this point in time.
No, what I'm doing is showing what all Robinson did not do, that detectives Gaither and Dennis did do, and that they then provided to the state, which we then provided to the defense. So this is testimony that the jury should be allowed to consider in light of Mr. Sharp's questioning of Detective Gaither and her report. So the
But
point—
that's separate.
It is separate, but—
That's a separate issue. You got her report, that's a separate issue, and then you got Robinson's report, which is a separate issue.
Right.
So which one are we focusing on at this point in time? Robinson's report or lack thereof?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So
Thank
what's the issue for the court at this point in time?
So what I have asked,
No report
No, there is a report.
from Robinson.
and Your Honor, we're talking—
Okay, and was that turned over to you in discovery?
It was.
Mr. Adams, was that turned over to you in discovery?
Yes, the report was turned over.
Okay, Robinson's report.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So what is there left for me to resolve at this point in time? If that was turned over to you?
What is left for you to resolve is to order them to, well, first of all, the report makes reference to
Which report? Robinson's report?
Officer Robinson's report
Okay.
makes reference to audios, videos, interviews that we do not have, that we've never received from the state. And let's not confuse the issue. She just stepped up and told you a minute ago that the only thing in the report was a 4-page report. That's not true.
Okay, all right, so, okay,
There's
but
not
let's,
even any indication that they have
but let's
contacted-
clarify.
Didn't she?
But let's clarify. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Let's just clarify, Mr. Adams, okay? There may be other things that the 4-page report refers to
Yes, sir.
that you don't have.
That's correct.
And that are missing for whatever reason.
They're not missing. No one has said they're missing. We just don't have them.
Okay, but if you don't have them, they're missing.
Well, no, if we don't have them, they haven't given them to us.
That doesn't, no, one does not equate to the other. Because if the state doesn't have them to give them to you, it's because they have a duty to turn them over. If they didn't give them to you, that would be an ethical as well as potentially a Brady violation.
Sure.
So you can't really intimate that on them unless they have it in their possession. They're telling you they don't have it.
They've not told me they don't have it.
Okay.
They haven't given it to us.
All right. Well,
And the law presumes that the police department and the DA's office are the same
yes,
for purposes of law enforcement, purposes of discovery.
you are correct.
They're presumed to have as well. They're not.
Okay, but there's a presumption, but the presumption can be rebutted if they tell you as officers of the court, we have searched and we don't have it. And we have gone through all the steps and we don't have it.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, if they have it or we find out they had it, then that's one thing. Then we'll certainly deal with that. But have you all searched to ensure that you don't have any of those
Your Honor,
were any of those videos or interviews that were in Robinson's report?
the only file that we have is the one that we were given by detectives Gaither and Dennis after the conclusion of their.
So you don't have
So we
any
don't
of those other, I would say, documents by incorporation from his report. You don't have any of those.
We do not.
Okay, all right.
Your Honor,
Can you all approach? Let me ask you one more question. I need to ask you this. Come on up, Mr. Adams. And I'm going to we'll call Detective Dennis in. I'll call for our jurors. I'm going to recess for the evening. And we'll reconvene tomorrow for 10 o'clock. So we'll just call everybody in this point in time. All right, Sergeant Ingram, go ahead and summon our jurors, please.
Yes, sir. I need that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached a natural stopping point for today, and with your concurrence, or even if you don't concur, we're going to go ahead and stop for today, all right? So we're going to reconvene tomorrow morning for 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time, and then tomorrow, we will be working our regular business day. All right. So, Detective, if you could join us tomorrow morning for 9:30, please, sir. And please don't discuss testimony except the attorneys in this case. Okay. See you in the morning, sir.
Well, good evening.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, any ministerial inquiry with me? Anyone? I wasn't asking you, I was asking the jurors. You get to go next, okay, Miss Love? All right, then your colleagues, all right? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, let me just clarify, okay? Do you have any inquiry of me at this point in time? No. Okay, all right. Bad question on my part, okay, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to then recess you for the evening. Let's go through your customary admonitions before you go home. Please leave your notepads in the basket in the back. As you leave, wherever it is that you go, whatever means of conveyance that you take, don't discuss anything that we may have covered today amongst yourselves in small groups or when you, of course, get home to your wherever you live in our great county. Also, it would be a violation for you to recap or otherwise handicap the testimony. I think I've gone over that a number of times with you. It would be like, for example, if you're sitting back in there talking, you cannot talk about what you've heard or listened to in terms of witnesses. You can't preview testimony. Hey, let's go ahead and start reviewing what such and such said. That would be a violation. Or you cannot comment on witnesses that have been or have testified or are testifying currently. Remember, I have to give you, when this case comes to a conclusion, the weigh-in method and manner of your deliberative process. So you cannot talk about the case at all. Please also, as you are at home this evening or whatever, that you not go to any third-party sites, do any extra research. Remember, the only things you can consider are within the four walls of this courtroom. Don't go by and visit any of the scenes that may be depicted or you may have learned or heard about. And also, so any third party should try and contact you for reference to what's going on in this particular case, or third parties having conversations with you or attempt to have conversations with you, that you would need to let myself and Sergeant Ingram know immediately. And then lastly, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience that you've given us thus far and will continue to give us on behalf of all that are assembled here. And ladies and gentlemen, unless you have any other inquiry of me, we'll see you tomorrow morning for 9:30. Anything else? Okay, we're in recess then. All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Okay, now, counsels, any ministerial inquiry of me at this point in time? All right, anyone else? Yes, sir. All right. Okay, all right. All right, counsels, we'll see you tomorrow. We're in recess, okay? All right.